Forget it, Fugazi.
Let's hi. Hiyo iko chini. Let's hi. Okay, so I want to register the presence of Wanja and Kim. Hi. And the loudest school will be rewarded. I have something for the loudest school. Okay, we do that again. Hello? We are doing that again. So Wanja and Kim, hi. The best. Okay. The Alliance High School, hi. Oh. We are doing the second test or the second tech. The Alliance High School, hi. Clap for them. Thank you. And here comes the school on the hill. State House Primary, hi. Thank you. And from the farthest part of Kiambu County, Thirime Comprehensive School, hi. Thank you. Yes. Then we have Thomas Bach Comprehensive School from Buru Buru. Hi. Hamja kunywa chai? Hello. We are doing a second tech. And I've worked in that section of Eastlands. So you can do better than that. Buru Buru. Hello. Thomas Bach Comprehensive School. Hi. Muko wachache labda. Hello. And finally, to the school that is near where I live. Do you know that school? Any guess? State House. Yes, I live on the hill. Hello? Hello? And finally, St. Juliet Integrated School. Hi! Huh? Mumeni let down. What is happening? Hello? St. Juliet. You know there is a trophy for the loudest school, and I can see the champion here. Here. Hello? Hey, hello. Hi. Welcome to the library. So we wait for our chief guest to continue having that conversation. Thank you. to my co-MC, Madam Sarah Ogembo. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children from representative staff, students, and everyone present, we take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest, accompanied by the Director General, Kenya National Library Service, Dr. Charles Nzivo, the chairman of the KNLS board, and all associates that are accompanying this entourage. Please let us be upstanding as they make their way into the main podium, for those that are able to stand. And in the event that the seats that are segregated for them do not fit our guests, we would kindly ask you to create space. Let us be upstanding as they make their way from the main entry tower. They are passing through our exhibition. As you noticed, we have several exhibitors with us here, and we thank you most sincerely for heeding the call to come and participate in this second anniversary where we're celebrating the National Reading Day. We thank you, and we will continue to ask the DJ to play something, and of course, I'll ask for your indulgence because it means you'll be standing for a while. But as protocol demands, they are here with us, and we have to wait until I get the signal to decree otherwise. Thank you very much. Walimu, wanafunzi, hi. 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 Alliance, hi. Starehe, hi. Okay. We thank you for joining us. Walimu, we appreciate you for the work that you do with our children. Many a times it is a thankless profession, but we give you empty slates and you feed them and you clean them and you bring out into society polished people. So for the teachers that are present, administrators, heads of institutions, I personally give my thanks to you. Madam Kaltuma, I still await guidance on whether Waziri and her team are en route, or do we ask our people to sit? All right. I think out of due respect to you as well, I will ask you to be seated, and once I get the signal that they are headed our way, I'll ask you to stand again. DJ, in the meantime, I think utaendelea kutumbuiza watu kwa sababu itikadi lazima ziendelee. Asanti. KNLS events. They are talented, so if their parents are here and walimu, we appreciate you for your school. They've offered to entertain us kidogo as we wait for Waziri and her team. So DJ, that song that they've said they want, please allow them. And then if there's any other school that would want to do something as we wait for our guest of honor to approach, please approach Madam Kaltuma. She'll be here. Tell her the song that you want or whatever it is you want to do, because we have to keep our energies up as we wait for the team. Wanja and Kim, are you ready? Wanja and Kim, are you ready? Yes, I say it, do it anyhow. Sawa? And please have fun, smile, relax. It's a beautiful day. DJ?
Baby, don't love me later. Trust me, my love is here forever. I'ma hold you close, how we gon' weep together. You make my life complete. What the things that you do to me. Oh. Come over and shake it for daddy. I'm liking your body. Baby, can you make
Ahati ya clap for Wanja and Kim. Wapigieni makofi. Kwani mnasikia vibaya? Wapigieni makofi. Ama hata nyinyi mnataka kudance? State House nimeambiwa wako na request Madam Kaltuma. State House ni kweli? Umeona ile standard Wanja and Kim amesete? Tunaenda, the only way is up. So, karibuni sana wanafunzi wa State House, wazazi, librarians, directors, technical teams. Tunakuza talanta za wanafunzi wetu. Kwa hivyo tuwaruhusu waweze kututumbuiza. State House, na msigombane, pole pole kwa utaratibu.
take me back to December. Okay, police are keeping I met you and the referee. Ashifura, Ashifura.
Wapigieni makofi tena. We also have high schools here. We have the Alliance Boys, and we also have Starehe. So I'm being told, as we continue to wait for the team to walk towards us, Starehe, either a representative or the school has a presentation. As it is or as has been planned, I'd welcome the person that is coming to do the presentation, or if it's the school. Karibu sana, tumpigie makofi mwakilishi wa Starehe Boys.
Kamsaka, kampata, kanikata, sianantaka, nansaka, kinipata, minda mkata, unenlimtaka, kamsaka, kampata, kanikata, sianantaka, nansaka, kinipata, minda mkata.
Wakejani yako indo zanapenda mabuda na ikunuraka ni muiko, lakini juni guashu unahitaji kondiko, inabidi una twist una spin ka kijiko juu haka nikapata taichapa na finyo alinikata lazima tulale uko indoors taichapa na finyo taichapa na fi
alilia taisi mpaka dai mini pipa na dai sana wi pana dai sana ji pana dai sana ganji seneza mkipa kanonyesha mini fala dize sina shit alikuwa ananivunjia seana nikujia na dai na mbamba anaweza nivulia na muonyesha bitch tulia suliko na niringia na nisho sikupenda nilidhani utavumilia unalimtaka kamsaka kampata kanikata siana ntaka nansaka kinipata minda mkata unalimtaka kamsaka kampata kanikata siana ntaka nansaka.
Thank you for your presentation. We welcome you from Starehe.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. So on behalf of Starehe, I'll present a song. It's a religious song, but I'll present in a different language, that's Spanish. Señor, deseo en mi corazón, en mi mente, en mi ser, que tú tomes el control para servirte sin limitación. Señor, ayúdame en credulidad, un comienzo, una etapa en mi vida, para el de victoria y expresar frutos de fe para tu gloria. Cambia mi mente, Señor, cambia mi todo, mi ser. Ya no quiero ser igual ayer. Quiero pensar y hablar y hacer conforme a tu palabra. A tu palabra y confesar con mi boca que todo es posible, Señor. Confesar con mi boca que no hay limitación. Confesar con mi boca que tú me has dado el poder para vencer en todas las cosas y confesar con mi boca que todo es posible, Señor. Confesar con mi boca que no hay limitación. Confesar con mi boca que tú me has dado el poder para vencer en todas las cosas.
Pigeni makofi tena. And if you're here and the only language you speak is English, Kiswahili, and your mother tongue, that was an official challenge. He not only spoke Spanish, but he sang it. So the challenge is extended to you. I've just been poked that State House also want to present a French poem. So, as I await the signal from that end, but I think we have some movement. So, for the French poem, let's wait a little bit so that we get to see if our chief guest is headed here or they're doing the tree planting first. All right, it means they're headed our way. All right, I think she's making the final greetings to the last tent. So we will await the protocol team to guide us. Waziri is headed our way. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all settle down. Let us all be upstanding, because this is the moment where we welcome our chief guest. Our chief guest ni waziri wa jinsia, utamaduni na huduma za watoto, CES Madam Hannah Cheptumo. She is flanked by the KNLS board chairman, Bishop Robert Theuri Maina, the KNLS Director General, Dr. Charles Nzivo, accomplished authors, representatives from the Office of the Principal Secretary, and we take this opportunity to welcome you very much, Waziri. Thank you for creating time to grace our occasion. Very many of you have only seen her on TV. This is the opportunity for you to see her in flesh. You can ask for selfies and ETCs at the end of the event. Bwana Chairman, it is always an honor to see you. Thank you for always creating time to be with us. Thank you, Waziri. Now that everyone is here, the official program begins. I want to thank you for gracing this event. And at this particular juncture, we will go straight on to our program that is in front of you. And for those that have it in digital format, it is now the time to have the opening prayer. And immediately after that, we are going to have the national anthem and the first stanza of the East African anthem. I take this opportunity to welcome our in-house pastor, one Richard Rono. Wherever you are, please approach. Start us off with a word of prayer. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Sarah. I would request those of us who have hearts to remove them as we pray, as we honor our God who has given us the gift of life. Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, we are grateful unto you for God giving us this opportunity to be here this morning. We want to thank you for giving us the gift of life. We want to thank you for knowledge that you have bestowed upon us. We want to commit this activity before us, that Father, Lord, your Spirit will guide us from the beginning. As we uphold, Lord, our chief guest who is with us this morning, we thank you for all the invited guests, O Lord, for enabling them to be here this morning. All participants, I want to say thank you unto you, O God. Jehovah God, we commit the program ahead of us, that Lord God, we shall see your hand. We shall see, Lord, your Spirit guiding us from the beginning to the end as we celebrate the National Reading Day. Father, Lord, we pray that this event will inspire us, O God, even to read. We want to thank you for the opportunity of giving us, oh Lord, even to preserve the knowledge, the word that has been written, oh God. Jehovah God, it is for the glory and honor of your name, oh God. We thank you and we bless you. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen and amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that powerful prayer. We are cognizant of the fact that in attendance we just don't have Christians. We also have brethren from the Islamic faith. And we give cognizance to that fact. Due to that, I would politely ask Madam Kaltuma Sama to lead us in the Islamic Salah. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Sarah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. I'll pray in Arabic, and we will say Amin at the end. So we start. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now hand over to the DJ to lead us because we are going to do the Kenya National Anthem, and as the patriotic people that we are, for those that can, let us be upstanding. DJ, National Anthem and the first stanza of the East African Anthem. Thank you.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Let us all take our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to celebrate the National Reading Day, a day that is special to each and everyone that has taken time to gather here. Waziri, we welcome you yet again to this beautiful, auspicious occasion. We do not take it for granted that you, plus the entourage that is accompanying you, has spared time to be here today. We will first of all start our entertainment segue by welcoming Kibera dancers. Kibera dancers have been with us. They are always here supporting our events, and they always rile us up in the positive of ways. Please let this be a clarion call to parents, teachers, guardians to support the talents of the young ones, because at the end of the day, we want wholesome excellence. Kibera dancers, karibuni sana. Take the stage and do your thing.
Wasani sana wayanza mirembe, wasani sana wayanza mirembe, wayanza mirembe, wayanza mirembe, wayanza mirembe, wayanza mirembe, Wakenya wote wayanza mirembe, Wakenya wote wayanza mirembe, Wakenya wote wayanza mirembe, Wakenya wote wayanza mirembe, wayanza mirembe, wayanza mirembe, wayanza mirembe, wayanza mirembe, wayanza mirembe. Ah oui, ah oui, ah oui, oui, ah oui, oui. Halumbe, 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 whoa. Whoa. Kizaliwa wewe ni kijana, ukose kazi watu watakucheka. Ukizaliwa wewe ni kijana, ukose kazi watu watakucheka. Ukizaliwa wewe kijana, ukose kazi watu watakucheka. Ukizaliwa wewe ni kijana, ukose kazi watu watakucheka. Ukienda kuona watu wa kwenyu, ukitoka wanaanza masengenyo. 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 Ni kazi gani wewe unataka? Kuendesha gari ama ndege? Ni kazi gani wewe unataka? Kuendesha gari ama ndege? Kazi gani wewe unataka? Kuendesha gari ama ndege? Ni kazi gani wewe unataka? Kuendesha gari ama ndege? Ninamulia Suzana, ninamulia Suzana, ninamulia Suzana, ninamulia Suzana. Oh, ninamulia Suzana, ninamulia Suzana, ninamulia Suzana. Soma uishi salama, we soma uishi salama. Soma uishi salama, 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 we soma uishi salama. Soma uishi salama, soma uishi salama. kuna amani. Kenya yetu ni Kenya kuna amani. Tunapenda watu wote. Welcome. Adila mi woro kitu meko kombe awinjo kachunya gombo antinda era adila. Adila mi woro kitu meko kombe awinjo kachunya gombo antinda era adila. Oh adila mi woro kitu meko kombe awinjo kachunya gombo antinda era adila. Adila mi woro kitu meko kombe awinjo kachunya gombo antinda era adila. Joramba tieno nyakarapu mamanya joramba tieno nyakarapuliawa nyajoramba tedo nyakarapu mamanya joramba tedo nyakarapu nyagi chali nyathi mongeru akowelo mamanya mamanya karapuliawa nyajoramba tedo nyakarapu mamanya joramba tedo nyakarapu tieno nyajoramba nyathi mongeru akowelo mamanya joramba mamanya karapulia nyajoramba tedo nyakarabu mamanya joramba tedo nyakarabu atieno nyagi chali nyathi mongeru akowelo mamanya joramba mamanya karapulia joramba tieno nyakarabu mane wawinjore kodi ngima kende mama iringi weya sulwale nyajo imbogoe ainjore kondi kande mama iringi weya sulwale nyajo imbogoe bunga nyagi mama ilalu kanye mama nyajo imbogoe mane injore kondi mama iringi weya sulwale nyajo imbogoe bunga nyagi chali bunga nyajo mwalo iringi weya sulwale nyajo imbogoe mane wabijore kodi iringi maege kwadije iringi weya sulwale nyajo imbogoe hey hey Jakuero wach maro kwala jakuero wach kwala ano kwala to kata ngamo kwale bende onge aworo santi jakuero wach maro kwala jakuero wach maro kwala ano kwala to kata ngamo kwale bende onge aworo
Tuwapigie makofi. I've been asked to move, to come closer to you guys, and it's a privilege to be here. This is the center of power. Here or here? Hapa, kwa hii? Sawa. But proximity to power should not delude me that I'm powerful, but I'll head there soon. And persistence grows into greatness that inspires the world. You've seen beautiful things here, and we are in the correct ministry. These people are always here with us, celebrating with us. So we hope that you appreciate it, because that's a special dedication from us to you. Thank you very much. Bwana DG, we have St. Juliet Integrated School with us. Thomas Bach from Buruburu. Tirime Primary School all the way from Kikuyu, Kiambu County. State House Primary School. Starehe Boys. The Alliance Boys High School. And Wanja and Kim Comprehensive. They are here because they appreciate whatever it is we are trying to do. Pupils, I want to introduce you to a gentleman. And I'm going to use the term indefatigable. So you go Google what that means. We have a leader here who has ensured that this is possible. It is not by our might or by our power, but because we are led by a visionary leader who is able to articulate issues and direct the future of this organization. So, as he speaks, it is my hope that as you're seated there, you will listen. You will pay attention. Because today he stands here, tomorrow it shall be you. KNLS members of staff, we are here because we are led by a man that has the direction and the future of this organization. He is the next speaker. And I hope and pray that you will continue to give his office the due and necessary support. Because as you can see, all this has been birthed under his regime. Dr. Charles Nzivo, it is your opportunity to welcome the guests that are in your home, give your opening remarks, and we thank you most sincerely for allowing us to run unsanctioned, because he normally says he does not micromanage. Tumpigie CEO makofi. Asanteni sana. Bwana DG karibu.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to commence by saying that I'm very, very, very much delighted to have these youngsters around us here and to have all the stakeholders and the many Kenyans who are present today, including my bosses, the CES, the PES, the chairman of the board, and all the leadership of this country. I want to say that to the Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Culture, and Children, our esteemed CS, Honorable Anna Cheptum, to Mr. Patrick Mukuria, who is representing the Permanent Secretary in our Department of Culture, the Art and Heritage, where KNLS falls. My esteemed Chairman of the Board, Bishop Robert Theori Maina, the representative from Daystar University, Professor, and who is also a doctor. You know, when you learn, apart from becoming a doctor, you also become a professor. That is Professor Dr. Moni Wekeza, who is a professor of law and who has set time to be with us. Distinguished guests, partners, and stakeholders in the education and library sector, colleagues and friends of literacy, all protocols observed. Good morning. Again, I want to say that this very morning, it is with great honor to welcome you to this year's National Reading Day, which is our second anniversary after it was started, to this momentous occasion that celebrates the power of books and the vital role reading plays in shaping our societies and communities. Allow me to begin by sincerely welcoming and expressing my heartfelt appreciation for the presence and the leadership of the Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Culture and Children Services, Honorable Anne Cheptum. I also acknowledge with the steadfast support which the management and the board has been given by the Principal Secretary in the Department of Culture, the Art and Heritage, Madam Umi Bashir, and also the leadership of our chair of the board, Bishop Robert Theuri Maina. Your guidance continues to inspire our collective mission to nurture a literate, informed, and inclusive society. In the same spirit, I extend my gratitude to the overall board members, which has enabled the objectives of the KNLS board to be advanced to the level into which we are currently. This year's theme, which was well thought of, is about empowering the mind. You know the mind, children, do you know the mind? Empowering what? Empowering the mind, so that we can be able to shape the future. Speaks directly to our mission, the mission of the KNLS board. And as Kenya National Library Services, we are rethinking how reading culture evolves in a dynamic world. Today's libraries have changed than how they used to be there before. They are becoming more than bookshelves. Before we used to have bookshops, but we are moving towards that. And they have become safe spaces for innovation, mental wellness, economic empowerment, and digital access. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that to our students and pupils, and the young ones who are with us here today, this day is for you. You are the future leaders, thinkers, and creators of Kenya. We depend on you because you'll become the champions to take Kenya to a different level. Every book, children, you read, it opens a doorway for self-discovery, imagination, and opportunity. It makes reading a habit. It will open doors that even education alone cannot do that. To our others who are present here, including publishers, we thank you so much for being the architect of our intellectual heritage. Your voices shapes stories that educate, inspire, and preserve our culture identity. We celebrate with you today and every day. At Kenya National Library Services, we remain committed to providing inclusive spaces and accessible resources that support literacy, lifelong learning, and personal growth to all Kenyans. As we mark this special day, let us recommit ourselves to fostering a culture of reading, both at home and in our institutions, in schools where we come from, and within our communities. Because when we empower the mind, we shape stronger, more resilient Kenya. I would like to welcome Professor Wekesa to come and say something. Thereafter, I will be able to usher in the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Honorable CS, the Director General of KNLS, the Chair of the Board, Honorable guests, parents, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm privileged to be here, and I don't know how KNLS picked out or looked for me, but then I want to say that I'm very impressed with what I have seen so far. I'm very happy with what I have seen so far. I'm very happy with the talent I have seen. In terms of culture, Honorable CS, I speak German better than Germans. I speak French, Afrikaans, Setswana, I have a little Jaluo, little Kimeru. I can't get lost in Kiambu. What am I saying? To the young people, please ask your parents to teach you mother tongue. You lose nothing. You don't become foolish by knowing your mother tongue. Ask your parents to take you to the village. Learn the dances we have just seen here. Learn the language, learn everything. I was very impressed with the dancers, Honorable CS. They sang in more than one language, in about 4 languages. That is very, very impressive. And that's the way to go. Young people, language is the vehicle through which we are able to express ourselves, express our culture, express what we want to say. If you know a language, you go to Garissa and you can gel with the people there. You feel welcome. They feel like you are one of them. And you feel they will be very hospitable to you. As young people, read. I was very happy with a young man from Stare Boys who sang in Spanish. I want to encourage you, when you are in school, don't just speak Sheng. Speak your Sheng, speak English, speak mother tongue. Ask your teachers to teach you Arabic, Spanish, French, German, and other languages. Honorable CS, we have seen a great exhibition of talent here. I see this talent being exhibited at all our national days. But then this talent is not just for entertainment. When the dancers have finished entertaining us, what do they go home with? What do they make out of it? Honorable CS and the Director of KNLS, you did well to invite me here. I teach intellectual property rights. I'm in the field that helps people to make money from their talent. I came with one lady whom I would like you to see, Madam Asha Mikinyango. Honorable CS, that lady is doing a PhD in copyright. She is working on an area of valuation, you may sit, madam, valuation of music, so that as people sing, as people record their thing, one can be able to attach a value to it, the way we attach value to land. Honorable CS, we should be able to put our people in a position where they earn and earn good from their talent. And since we have a Director General in charge of this entire enterprise, the challenge I want to leave with you is, let's empower our people. Let's put them in a position where they can come here, dance, go home with a few millions in their pockets. That's what people do at Hollywood. That's what people do elsewhere. We're not just talking about being given bus fare back home. We're talking about real earning. They go back home, live in good houses, eat good food, and then continue exhibiting their talent. So young people, those of us who are still in school, let us embrace talent, because where we are going, there is money in talent. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Prof, for those inspiring words and of wisdom. I want to take this opportunity to welcome the chairman of the board, Bishop Robert Deure. Can we clap for him as I usher in this to him?
To everyone, God is good, and all the time. Watoto mpo, we want to appreciate this day that God has given unto us to gather together on this National Reading Day and appreciate our reading culture, even as we engage one another in a bid to even make it better. I ride on the protocols as previously established, but I acknowledge the presence of our well-able CS, Honorable Hannah Cheptumo. Thank you, Madam, for gracing this occasion. This day was birthed 2 years ago when the former Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Ababu Namwamba, came here representing our HE, the President, and we purpose that every year we shall be gathering here just to make sure that we appreciate the reading culture. I want also to appreciate the Permanent Secretary, Gender, Culture, Arts and Heritage, who is adequately represented here. We know that she, together with our CS, have done a lot. And we've been talking with Madam CS about making this day gazetted so that it will be an official day. And in future, we look towards, we anticipate that it will be spread through the nation as she will let us know. I want to say that children, as you have been challenged, it is important to keep reading, read English, read other languages. I appreciate the prof who has challenged us that he can speak German better than Germans themselves. I thank God because we have people that are our mentors, and children, we must go beyond Sheng, we must go beyond English, we must go beyond Swahili and make sure that we understand our mother tongue. By so doing, as the CEO said, you'll be enlarging your capacity, you'll be enlarging your perspective about life, and you'll be even a citizen of the universe. I want to say that at KNLS, me and my board, we are engaged in doing 3 major things. Number one, we give a lot through our reading materials. We give a lot of support on what we call mental health. We know you are living in days of stress and depression, but at KNLS, especially through VTABU, that we launched on that particular day, on 12th of July 2023, a lot of support is given for mental health so that people are taught about how to overcome depression, people are taught about how to live above anxiety and the things that are attacking our mindsets in this day and age. Number 2, at KNLS, by me and by my board, we have been able to give a lot of what we call youth empowerment, where we make available sessions or workshops on digital improvement, on ICT, and this is what we are doing, even making available opportunities for our youth to know about employment opportunities that are available in the land and even beyond the boundaries of our nation, Kenya. Number 3, at KNLS, we are able to give what we call economic empowerment so that people are taught through the reading materials, through the literature that we have, how to become entrepreneurs, how to make money. Agribusiness is an area that we are training our people to engage in. And therefore, KNLS and the board and the management are not just talking about reading stories, reading, politics, or reading other things. We are also empowering our people in wholeness. And that is what we do at KNLS too. Our children, again, continue reading. Every reader is a leader. Watoto, simameni kidogo, naona lunch time inakaribia na mmeanza kulalalala. Abia watoto wawili, if you are a reader, you lead. Because readers are leaders. Take your seat because you become our leaders. And not in a far future, but you're becoming leaders. Even now, you are leaders in your own right. So continue reading, continue being imaginative, continue daring, even reading, as you were told by Prof, reading materials that are beyond Kiswahili and English so that you may continue to learn. To our publishers and others, thank you, because you are the people who keep the embers and the flames of our literacy burning bright and bright every day. It is by your imagination, it is by your investment, it is by you tirelessly working, sometimes, burning the midnight oil, that you have kept us alive and very fresh and relevant in the area of literacy. And therefore, with those few remarks, I want to say this is a great day. As the chair, I want to say that we will continue to be more creative. we were challenged this morning by our honorable CS that the day should even be more vibrant, and we promise Madam CS, that next year we will give it what it takes in terms of publicity, in terms of visibility, because this is what we are desiring to do. So with those few remarks, it is my great honor to welcome the Honorable Cabinet Secretary, Gender, the Children, Arts and the Children's Services, to come and give us her remarks. Karibu sana, Waziri. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the chairman of the board and the family of KNLS, the representative of the PS, Mr. Chua, yeah, yes, and the family of the ministry, the publishers, the authors, the children, and all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you and to congratulate you for coming and even for waiting for us as we went around reading. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address you as we mark National Reading Day 2025, a significant occasion where we reaffirm the essential role of reading for personal growth, national development, and cultural preservation. Reading is not a cultural practice, it is a constitutional right and a development necessity. Article 43(1)(f) of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 guarantees every person the right to education, which includes access to information. This is further operationalized through the Kenya National Library Service Act, Chapter 225, which mandates the Kenya National Library Service to promote literacy, reading, and lifelong reading across all communities in Kenya. Additionally, the Basic Education Act 2013 provides for the promotion of education for all children, reinforcing the importance of literacy as a national priority. On the international stage, Kenya is a signatory to several key protocols and conventions that anchor literacy and cultural development. These include the United Nations Educational Cultural Organization, UNESCO 1972 Convention concerning the protection of world cultural and natural heritage. The 2005 UNESCO Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 4, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Moreover, in line with UNESCO's proclamation, we recently celebrated the World Kiswahili Language Day on the 7th July, in which I had the privilege to celebrate it in Rwanda, where they are still struggling to learn Kiswahili, and as we are privileged. This highlights our national and regional commitment to promoting Kiswahili as a key driver of cultural identity, social cohesion, and knowledge sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, my ministry is committed to enhancing literacy and reading culture, recognizing that reading is the foundation of empowered, knowledgeable, and self-reliant citizens. Our investments in digital learning platforms such as VTabu, Kenya's national virtual library, are part of our strategy to democratize access to knowledge, especially for children, women, and marginalized communities. We recognize the importance of e-learning as a catalyst for bridging educational gaps. Through collaboration with Kenya National Library Service, we are scaling up digital literacy initiatives, library infrastructure, and community outreach programs. To our children and young people, I remind you that reading opens doors to opportunities you may have never imagined. It is not simply about passing exams. It is about preparing for life, thinking critically, making informed decisions, and contributing meaningfully to the society. To parents, educators, development partners, and community leaders, let us work together to nurture and sustain a vibrant reading culture in our homes, schools, and communities. In closing, I urge all stakeholders to support and uphold both our national laws and international commitments that promote literacy, cultural diversity, and lifelong learning. Let us use this National Reading Day 2025 and beyond as a platform to renew our collective commitment to building an informed, inclusive, and culturally rich Kenya. Thank you all, and I wish you a productive and inspiring National Reading Day. Asanteni sana. And maybe just to add a few comments, you keep thinking that this day is being celebrated today here in the headquarters and in Nakuru. And going forward, as I steer this ministry, we shall be celebrating in all the 47 counties in Kenya. And that we shall be having a robust and a vibrant planning, that we shall involve even doing the walking around the counties where we shall be, even if it is a 1 kilometer walk, so that the children can be able to talk to the community, and us also as the ministry speak to the world that reading is not something that we should forget, that we should be reading. Read the Bible, read the newspaper, read anything. Even when you are driving, read what is on the road, the posters which are there, because they are there for us. And that is something that we have discussed with the board, and that we shall ensure that we do that. Let me also add to the fact that I would wish to congratulate the dancers, the cultural dancers, because as a ministry, we have culture, we have the arts, we have the heritage, and on a day like this, it is good when we have all of them, so that we have all the players displaying what we have. Because this is one ministry that I always call it the software. We are dealing with soft things. We are dealing with art. We are dealing with culture. We are dealing with reading. We are dealing with things that appeal to us. It speaks to us. It speaks to our emotions. It speaks to our culture. So I want to congratulate them, and also congratulate the authors, the publishers, all who have displayed, and they have come to make this day beautiful. So I also want to thank the ministry, those who have joined, because of the good work they are doing. We shall work hand in hand to ensure that we make this day and all the other days very, very progressive and beautiful and happy days. So thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you, children, for coming. Thank you for reading. Continue reading. Read and read. Thank you so much.
It's time to appreciate our honorable CS with a gift. We have the best CS, and that is the whole truth: humble, accessible, diligent, and always thinking the best for us. We were going around the publishers and the authors' tables, and she has given them a lot of promises and support. And therefore, as you receive this, Madam CS, thank you for making KNLS what it is becoming now, and thank you for promoting culture and promoting the literacy that we've always been dreaming about. And therefore, this gift is just to tell you, we are together with you, and thanks for every support. Thank you. Wapi makofi mazuri. I don't know what she has to say because the book is titled Fake Heroes. I want you to turn to your neighbor and tell your neighbor, I'm a genuine hero. If you are a lady, say, I'm a genuine heroine. Thank you. The other one is written. Maybe, Madam CS, you can tell us about how you think and how you want us to grow rich.
The second one is think and grow rich. And the only way to do it is to open that book, open other books that will guide you on how to become rich the right way.
So we become rich by reading, and that's what our Honorable CS is telling us. Thank you, Madam. Maybe, yeah. Thank you very much. DG, over to you. Wapi makofi ya waziri wetu. Thank you, Madam. You may have your seat.
So Chair, do not leave. The second gift is for the chairman of the board. The PS, a representative of the PS. So this is the gift for the chairman of the board, Robert Deori Maina, for steering this organization to the level into which we are today. Thank you so much. Secondly is the representative for the PS. I'm asking the Prof to come and give this to the representative of the PS, who is Secretary and Administration, Mr. Patrick Mukuria. So thank you so much for the support that the PS has given us. Thank you so much. Prof, you should not leave. And I'm requesting Dr. Chwea, who is also a very senior staff in the department, to also give the gift to the Prof, who has given us a very inspiring. Thank you so much to the children. We are also saying that we have a lot of gift for you in form of books. The books are in the library. Do not run away. Be visiting our libraries every now and then. Thank you so much.
Wasn't that inspiring? Wasn't that inspiring? Waziri, I take this opportunity to thank you for gracing our occasion. Very many times we do not have high-profile dignitaries coming for our event. It is because of you that we're going to get traction on traditional media and also social media. Every time the board extends invitation to you, we politely ask that you come, because a word from you means so much to them. They'll be able to listen to you as a mother and also hear the clarion call that you're here because of them, to serve them, and to always deliver to the Kenyan child. I've just been reminded to announce that we have exhibitors here. KLB, East African Education Publishers, One Planet and Moran and Longhorn, among many others, are here. And they're going to display the artifacts that they have, the information materials that they have. Colleagues, teachers, parents, staff, Waziri, and representatives from the ministries, please purchase copies of what they have on display. We are here to also support the publishing and book industry. Secondly, our social media team has asked me to announce and let you know that as we currently sit and stand, we are live on Nakuru TV and on the KNLS FB page. Thank you very much for ensuring that that is possible. As I come towards the tail end of my presentation or my emceeing activities, Waziri, they did not tell you I'm a staff of Kenya National Library Service, but maybe they were to tell you later. But I've decided to tell you myself. The CEO always insists that we are a jack of all trades. So you could shelve, you could also MC, and you could also read aloud to the children. For all the events that you need an MC, because your people told me you do not have one officially, my name is Sarah Ogembo. I work for Kenya National Library Service, and as you can see, my services are spot on. The board has already promised to take me to school to polish that skill, because I am a novice, but I continue to sharpen my saw. The Bishop always tells us, when you get the opportunity, market yourself to the sky. So I have marketed myself, and if you're here, you have an event, a wedding, a birthday, a Thanksgiving ceremony, please reach out to me. I will be able to metamorphosize from the professional to any event that you have. As I come to the tail end of my emceeing duties, I take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for gracing the KNLS National Reading Day 2025. We want to thank all teachers, and like I said in the morning when you are not here with us, teachers, heads of institutions, you do an amazing job with these young ones. We give you young ones that do not know how to clean their noses, they do not know how to spell their names, and you do the most to ensure that they are upstanding citizens in society. So even as you sit there, feel appreciated, feel loved. Let us give you your flowers when you're still with us. To all the students, wanafunzi, hello. Hi. A lot has been said, and I know ampendi maneno yakirudiwa sana. Kwa hivyo sitachukua muda mwingi kurudia. Kitu ambacho nitasisitiza ni kusema tusome. Vile mumeambiwa, someni vitabu, someni makaratasi. Read the billboards, continue to champion that is inherently in you. Each and every person, even as you're seated here, has an inherent talent. There are those that can sing, there are those that can dance. And the good professor has challenged the ministry to ensure that we just don't give you token or fare to go back home. That your talent can be monetized and you can make something good out of yourself. Now, back home, to the good bishop, thank you very much. As a father, as a steward, you've continued to always encourage us to do the very best. So that's my personal note to you and to the entire board, because I can see the good board member Chwe is here with us. And you've continued to always tell us to think beyond the ordinary, to think beyond our noses, as you love to say. So thank you for always coming. Thank you for always praying for us. And thank you for pushing us to be the best that we can. Director General, I could talk about you the whole day, but you see, this is not about me. It's about the National Reading Day. So thank you for continuing to be the steward that you are, leading this organization. And I know it's not easy at times, but you always push and push, even on dark days. Finally, Madam Waziri, I've already said everything that I could. But of course, as a lady, there is the part of me that is envious and desirous of the position that you're in. And I know that one day, not isolating the men, I am not a feminist. I'm just saying karibu tena na tena to all our events. This particular activity of emceeing, I wasn't to do it by myself. Actually, I was not the main MC. But you see, God works in mysterious ways. Madam Kaltuma was the main MC, but she threw me under the bus. But I'm surviving and I'm doing well. I hand over the MC to her so that she can guide us on next steps. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Waziri. Welcome to Kenya National Library Service. My name is Kaltuma Bonaya Sama. I'm a librarian and a children librarian at that. Welcome. So we are actually heading to the tail end of this program. So I'll give announcement how we're going to head out of this podium. So I will kindly ask the ushers to be upstanding and on standby to direct everyone where they should go for breakout sessions. For children, we're having a lot of activities inside the library. We will be having reading by the CS. So the CS will read to you. We'll also have Fiona Nyongo. Does that name ring a bell? Hello? Children, does the name Nyongo ring a bell? If you know, you know. So she'll also read to you from the famous book Sulwe by one Kenyan actress. I don't know who she is, Mutajijazia. So we'll also have quizzes for participants and knowledge wheel and treasure hunts for the children. We have trophies to be won at the end. So make sure you are ready. We also have a session for the high schoolers, motivational talk by one Moses Bantu, and oral literature. So we will guide you to head out to Sanaa. You will still be guided. Then we also have panel discussions for librarians and library students. Okay. So one of the title of that panel discussion will be Empowering Minds, Shaping the Future, Rethinking Kenya's Reading Culture in a Changing World. I wish I can join that. Be moderated by Joseph, is it Joseph Olala or who? Joseph Kwaya will be moderating that. It's happening at Hekima Theatre. Then there is another panel discussion for adults, Beyond the Pages, Creating Careers, Resilience and Wealth Through Literacy and Libraries. Okay. So those are the breakout sessions. For Sanaa, those who will be attending Sanaa, you'll follow me. I'm one of the moderators. And as we walk out, we will pass through the exhibition. Please do not forget. And there will also be a book presentation to participating schools. So walimu, mutapitia hapa, muchukue vitabu zenu. Lakini children, you will be heading out to Hadithi Theatre to join Madam CS and Miss Nyongo for the reading. So let me take this opportunity to welcome my Director Finance Administration. Is it correct, really? So Madam Julie, kindly, I was guided that you will do vote of thanks. Now. Yes, so after Madam Julie has given her vote of thanks, we head out to breakout sessions and lunch will be served there. So don't worry about your stomach. Thank you. We've taken care of that too. So Madam Julie, kindly give us the vote of thanks. Thank you, welcome.
Good afternoon to all of us. Good afternoon once again. Now, the chief guest who has, I think, gone to Hadithi Center, Honorable Hannah Cheptumo, the CS for the ministry, the PS representative for the same State Department, the chair of the board, the Director General, and all other protocols observed, not forgetting the KNLA staff, our guests, the children, and all other invited guests. One of the speakers this morning talked to us about learning languages. I don't know whether I can try, and I think it's this afternoon. I think they say, I was trying to get them written down. There was Chamgei, Miwaseu, Moriega, Wairebuya, Amosou. Is there any other forgotten? Masai? Anybody who knows how to say greetings in Masai? Soba, the professor has assisted me. Now, we want to thank all of us for having created the time to be with us this morning and this afternoon for the second celebration of the National Reading Day, which we dearly appreciate the government for allowing us have it in that manner. And definitely we are grateful to the CS who has graced this second celebration. We are also having the same being celebrated in our Nakuru facility. And going forward, as the CS, I think, ably said, we shall even make it better by having a walk through to show all the counties and the nation at large the importance of reading. Reading can take you everywhere, and it can take you to the sky, as our MC said. We want to thank the Almighty God for making this day possible for us to be gathered. You can see today it's very bright, albeit the other days that it has been pretty cold. We thank him most sincerely for making it possible to be a warm day. We want to thank all those who were able to organize this event, the staff of KNLS, the sponsors who have sponsored in any one way, our entertainers, the Kibera dancers, the schools who equally entertained us, those who are being asked to say hello and they were just waving their hands. That was Alliance, if I'm not wrong, right? Thank you all so much. Wanjen Kim, State House Primary, Starehe Boys Center. I may not remember all the names, but thank you all so much for creating this time. We also want to thank the government for, of course, sponsoring us for this auspicious day. We also want to thank the board for also enabling it to happen. We want to thank, not forgetting the staff who are part of the committee to make us be here today, and we are comfortable. As we shall be going to our breakout sessions, we want to wish all of us a good afternoon. And remember always that there's always a treasure hidden in a book. There's always a treasure hidden in a book. So go out, look for those treasures in those books. You never know where you might find the gold. Okay? Are we together, children? Our guests, let us go look for those treasures in the books that are here with us and are available for us to access and to gain the necessary knowledge. Without much further ado, we want to thank all of us once again most sincerely for creating the time to be with us, and we want to wish you all a very good afternoon. Thank you very much. On behalf of the board, thank you very much.
A round of applause for her. Thank you, Madam Julie. So we are heading to our breakout sessions. I'm actually guided that the sessions are not only for librarians, it's for everybody who wants to join. So as we head out to our breakout sessions, I'll ask representatives from each school to come forward so that we give out the books, and maybe few children representing those schools to come forward to take a few photos with their teachers, so that we head out to Hadithi Theatre, Sana Hall, and Hekima Auditorium. Thank you. So the rest of us can proceed as... Okay, I'm advised that the director and the chairman should be the ones presenting the books to the schools. So I'll call the schools: State House Primary, a representative; Thirimia Primary, Wanja and Kim; St. Juliet Integrated, Thomas Bach, State Alliance High School, and Starehe Boys Center. Yeah, one after the other. We can start with the Alliance. Yes. The Alliance, followed by Starehe Boys, then followed by Thirime, St. Juliet, State House, Wanja and Kim, Thomas Bach. Yes. Thank you, Alliance. Starehe, you can pick your box. Yes. Starehe Boys Center. Ndio wale wanakuja. Thank you, Starehe. Thirime Primary, it's your turn. Thank you, Tirime. Thank you. The TS. Nasikia wanaitwa TS. Tirime School. Thank you. Wanja and Kim. Wanja and Kim. Tuharakishe kidogo. Hello, those who've already picked their books, kindly head to Hadithi. The CS is waiting for you. Kindly. Thirime. State House. Where are you? Come forward. Thank you. Kindly head to the Hadithi Theatre for the reading. State House Primary, it's your turn to pick your books. Thank you, Wanja and Kim. Kindly run to Hadithi Theatre. Yes. The school on the hill. Songeni kidogo mbele. Thank you, State House. Thomas Bach, come for your books. Thank you. Thank you, State House. Run to Hadithi Theatre. Thank you, Thomas Bach. And lastly, St. Juliet Integrated School. Hiya. Thank you. Thomas Bach, kindly give way for St. Juliet. Songa songa kidogo. Asanteni St. Juliet, mnaweza beba vitabu zenu na tukimbie hadithi theater. Asante daktari. Asante chairman. Sasa tunaweza sote kuelekea, where do you call that in Kiswahili? Kwa hall. Hi, how are you? Welcome. Tunaweza enda kwa hall.
read, imagine, and lead. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I request you, put your hands together as we welcome Douglas Obutu on stage. Kindly, Douglas, take your position. The third panelist I'm going to invite today, ladies and gentlemen, is Esther Odanga from Kenya National Library Service. Esther Odanga is a seasoned information professional and IT specialist with over 22 years of experience in the library and information sector. She holds a bachelor's degree in Technology and Information Studies Library from the Technical University of Kenya. Esther has dedicated 19 years of the Information Access Department at Kenya National Library Service, where she played a pivotal role in enhancing public access to knowledge resources. For the past 3 years, she has served as an head of the digitization unit under the Preservation and Conservation Department, where she leads national digitization efforts aimed at safeguarding Kenya's documentary heritage. Her expertise lies in library innovation, digital preservation, and access to information as a driver of equity and empowerment. She is a strong advocate for using library systems to bridge knowledge gaps across communities. A lifelong reader and a literacy advocate, Esther's most recent read is Gifted Hands by Dr. Ben Carson, a book that resonates deeply with her passion for purpose, resilience, and transformation through knowledge. Again, I humbly request gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome Esther Odanga on stage. Yeah, let's just appreciate her as she comes on stage. Thank you. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce someone that I knew when I was in the aeroplane. She was seated close to me, and I didn't know her until when we arrived at our destination some years back. Dr. Dorothy Muthoni Njiraine is a distinguished academic researcher and a policy contributor in the field of library and information science, currently serving as the chair and senior lecturer at the University of Nairobi. She holds a PhD in library and information science from the University of Zululand, that is in South Africa, alongside advanced degrees in information science from Makerere University, Business Administration, Moi University, and Bachelor of and BA in University of Nairobi. With deep expertise spanning over 2 decades, Dr. Njiraine teaches and conducts research in areas such as knowledge management and information systems, digital libraries and indigenous knowledge, information literacy, ethics and security, women's economic empowerment and disability inclusion, and strategic and project management. She also serves as the Knowledge Management and Communication Coordinator at the African Women's Studies Center, University of Nairobi, and is an active member of University's Senate. Dr. Njiraine has authored over 23 peer-reviewed journals articles, 2 books, and a book chapter, and presented numerous keynote addresses at international conferences. She supervises several PhD and master's candidates and has served as an external examiner for 4 international universities. She also contributes her expertise as an editorial board member for the South African Journal of Libraries and Information Science, and a reviewer for journals including Emerald and Adfund. Notably, she was part of the Kenya National Task Force on Library Policy and Bill Development in the year 2022, and a contributor to the University of Nairobi's strategic plan in the year 2023 to 2028. Dr. Njiraine is a visionary leader committed to advancing information science, digital transformation, and inclusive knowledge systems in Kenya and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I want to request you put your hands together as you help me welcome Dr. Njiraine to the panel. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Together with us, we have the chairman of the board and the CEO, and also a distinguished guest for us today. And maybe before I bring them here just to say hi to us, maybe I'll just take them through what we are doing and the topic that we are discussing today. So our guests and the congregation. The topic of today, we are discussing how rethinking Kenya's reading culture in a changing world under the theme Empowering Minds, Shaping the Future. How can we rethink Kenyans' reading culture in a changing world? We are trying to explore how can Kenya build a sustainable and inclusive reading culture that drives literacy innovation and economic empowerment in the face of emerging challenges. So before we go deeper into this topic, and our panelists are already here to help us digest this topic, I want to give, it's my humble request to give this opportunity to the CEO of the Kenya National Library Service to come and say hi, and then thereafter, he's also going to invite the other guests that have accompanied him. So let's appreciate our CEO. Let's continue appreciating him as he comes on board to say hi. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. We do not want to eat on your time. Ours is just to welcome you. Feel at home, feel more welcome, and participate in this engagement. Basically, it's about how once we promote reading culture, we can be able to move forward and drive the nation, drive communities and institutions. And therefore, I'm certainly sure that the engagement will be very involving, and you'll participate and give all what you can give for the purpose of ensuring that the session proceeds on very well. With the prof around and many of you, I'm certainly sure that things will be all right. The chair is also wanted elsewhere, and he may say jambo and then he can be able to adjourn. Otherwise, welcome so much to KNLS.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you blessed this afternoon? Mine is brief, just to encourage you to continue to engage. When we talk about rethinking about our culture in a very versatile and dynamic world, you're talking about remaining relevant, because if you don't do that, we shall become defunct like the dinosaur. And therefore, we must keep on thinking outside the box, rethinking about the strategies, thinking outside the box, deviating intentionally and deliberately from the traditions and the conventions that we have held in the past, so that
position. All right, so I've introduced them, but maybe I'll just give them each 40 seconds just to maybe just say allow me to start from this end. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Christine Morage. Because I believe in education, I believe in its ability to bring sustainable change, and I'm so humbled to be here, Josek. Thank you for giving us youths an opportunity to learn, most especially to learn and also to engage, and it's such an honor to be on a panel with people with so much experience and a love for reading. I love children, and I believe that if you want to develop a culture, we have to start.
Yeah, for those who just came in, we here, we'll engage and learn more from one another. And I'll say the current read that I am onto is Atomic Habits. And of course, together with my title, Lead Like the Ants.
All right, Lead Like the Ants. Yes, a month ago. And it was launched actually here in this library. So let's appreciate Douglas once more.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Esther Odanga, a librarian by profession. I work here at the Kenya National Library Service, and I wish to welcome you all to this panel discussion about empowering minds, because the library is about information and access, and empowering minds, you can only empower yourself when you indulge in reading and doing a lot of research. In the literary world, we engage in a world where the life is changing, and for you to be able to meet the requirements on even employment, all you have to do is empower yourself through studies and research. My latest book that I read that really inspires me as a person and also as a mother is Gifted Hands. This boy who was lagging behind in his studies was encouraged by his mother, who was, she had very limited education, but she encouraged her sons to read a book from the library every day. And through that pressure and being able to encourage her sons, Ben Carson is one of the known and the world-known neurosurgeon who also succeeded in making sure that they overcome all the challenges, whether in the society or in their families. So as a mother, I am proud because his mother made him what he is today. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm Jiraine Dorothy. I think you've been told who I am. What was I asked to say? What was it?
The latest book that you read.
No, let me not answer that because I'm reading so many books, and I don't go up to from first to the last page. I read as I go to a particular page, and most of my books are academic. I'm sorry to say that, and also the Bible. So let me not say exactly which book. Thank you very much. But I'm happy to be here with you. We exchange because, as you have heard, my area of specialization is knowledge management, indigenous knowledge, digital libraries, women's economic empowerment, disability advocacy. So you can see I'm all over. I transit from one area to the other. So I'm here, we exchange ideas, we share knowledge, and we see the way forward and see how we can empower ourselves, not only the mind, but even our lives. Thank you very much.
All right, Daktari, just hold on the mic. And I want to ask you this question. Probably there's this notion that is out there, especially the students who are doing information science, that just thinking that this career only ends you being employed as a librarian. So maybe I want you to explore more and tell us what is librapreneurship and how can we diversify in terms of how can we create even our own opportunity, self-employment through this field of information science.
Thank you very much thank you very much for the question. I may not just respond to it per se. I'll just maybe touch issues, various issues about living entrepreneurship. Now, as you are all aware, we are in a very dynamic environment in terms of knowledge, in terms of expertise, and in terms of many others. Now, when it comes to information science and also students who are pursuing information science, I always tell my students one thing. We are not here to mold you into being employees. We mold you to be, to create opportunities for others to thrive on your skills, to thrive on your on your expertise, so that you can at least, it can have a spillover effect. So the issue, I think we are now far from just attending classes to just look for the most, the available opportunities for employment. We should be more innovative. And we should always think, and I'm so happy I met Prof there, and he was telling me I need to connect with another lady, I've forgotten the name, so that we can commercialize what we have. So, it comes now, if you think in terms of that, we have to think in terms of copyright and patenting. That's part of the commercializing what we have. We have so much here, but how can we translate what we have here into a financial entity? So we need to think, to think out of the box. You get out of the box and think. And that's why I always tell people, we don't have to say, before, you remember we used to say sky is the limit. But let's always think in terms of limitless opportunities. I think that's what I can say for now. Yeah.
Thank you very much. How we have to create opportunities in this field. We need to be innovative, and we need also to look at the areas like such as patenting and copyright, and how can we, or how might we create these opportunities. And the key things that I've loved is, like, I have to think outside the box, okay? Or think without that box, because you do not know what is inside that box, right? So my second question goes to Esther. Esther, who works at the Kenya National Library Service. Esther, probably, how can KNLS leverage technology to make reading more accessible to the young people and the community remotely?
Thank you, Josek. Kenya National Library Service, one of our key function or mandate is access to information. And so we've been, over the years, we've been offering traditional way of doing things, providing print materials, but the technology is taking over, and we're in a digital world where access to information should be diversified and made easier for every person from every corner, wherever they are able to access that information. So Kenya National Library Service has developed a number of digital areas, digital content, e-content, online databases that are able to assist our users out there, and they are able to access information. And we also have platforms, we have digital platforms where we have the e-books. So technology is a driver to access to information. Therefore, Kenya National Library Service has championed digital access to that kind of content where everybody has equal access and equal rights to access the kind of information that they require. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Esther. Leveraging on digital content, and he has affirmed that indeed KNLS is also in the space. It has digital content that our users or the users and the public can still access this remotely. My next question goes to Douglas Ogutu.
The simple answer is speak their language and answer or provide a solution. Speak their language and provide a solution. So I'm not just putting together words to fill pages of a book, but is the book answering a particular question? Is the book providing a solution? And that for me is the biggest thing. So how do Gen Zs speak? How do they communicate? And I'll draw you back to was trying to say, because he had tried for many years to tell his dad that the way you are treating my cousin is not the right way, but he had failed. So he decided to go on national television and just make it plain that, hey, my dad, you have not been doing well. And that's the same thing, that's the same communication that the Gen Zs were trying to bring out. So for me, the thing is, find out the language of each person you are targeting, and then speak in their language. But we are not just speaking so that we can encourage riots and all that. We are speaking in order to find the answers to the questions that we are asking. And so anybody, whether a writer, musician, a painter, don't just do it. The first question is why? First of all, why am I writing? And two, why should someone read my book? Thank you.
Wow. Why should I write and why should someone read my book? The authors who are in the room, you can hear that. Before you start thinking of or dreaming of writing a book, those who are aspiring to be authors, why and why should someone read your book and what are you communicating? And I think it's more of like design thinking approach. Like you think of the user first, not you. Who is consuming, who is reading this book? What story do you want to tell these people? And the key thing here, speak their language and provide a solution in whatever you are doing as far as content writing is concerned. Thank you. Those are wise words from Douglas Ogutu. And now allow me to take this question to Christine. Christine, who is also an editor. How can Kenya grow a vibrant creative economy anchored on local publishing and storytelling? How can Kenya grow a vibrant economy that is anchored on local publishing and also storytelling?
Thank you for that. I believe it starts from the early years. Right now we are struggling, we are trying to build a culture of reading, but culture starts from when you're small. If we start introducing books to children, then we are assured of that when this author writes a book, then it already has people to buy it. And it is one of the things that we are advocating for at Their World, introducing books from kids when they are small, picture books, you know, asking them what is this, and not just in English, even in the indigenous languages, because it is culture. We don't also want to lose ourselves. And there's also something that we need to ask ourselves. Are we actually embracing our Africanacity, or are we just borrowing from the Western world? You know, you'll have a kid who can name all the Marvel superheroes, but they don't know what Muthoni did in the Mau Mau fight, right? You will have a child knowing that maybe true love is when a prince kisses a princess that is sleeping. But you know, in our African stories, we are told that it is when you catch glances at the river. That is how I learned true love is, but we've not experienced that as Gen Zs. You know, you find a kid is laughing at someone, or we talk about inclusivity in books. And if we are actually determined to grow a reading culture, we have to ensure that each and every person is sorted. If it's people who are visually impaired, we have audiobooks. And I love that authors have really invested in audiobooks because a person will be able to listen to it while they do other things. We also have to include children who are differently abled in pictures of our books. You know, if a child is reading a book and they see a person like themselves, then they'll want to read this book and they'll keep on telling Mom, I want this book. You see, so the authors now that are writing books, they already have an open market. And something else that I'd also urge is let us invest in the youths. We have so many people with manuscripts, but they are not aware on what they're supposed to do to bring their book out here. There's a lot of pesa mingi inahitajika. Maybe you find that publishers want the well-developed authors, you know, someone that is going to sell. When we say that we published this book for so-and-so, this is assured that our books are going to go out there, our rates are going to be high. This specific genre sells so well in the market. So when youths are trying to come up with their own genres, it hinders their growth. So investing also in publishing for youths and letting people tell their stories from the rural areas. You know, when I know that a person wrote this book, and it's from their own experience, I have the desire to read it. And finally, we have youths that are holding spaces, maybe to have a book club, to have a book launch, and they just set a small fee so that they can be able maybe to sustain whatever they are doing or to fund their works that they are doing. It's also important to attend these events, to bring in our money, those that are moneyed. Yes, let us help our youths grow. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you very much. Investing in the young people. Yeah. Let the young people be involved when it comes to publishing. Those are very key fundamental questions, and also just looking at how can we really like bring them, show them the light, and like finance them. You know, the more thing here is the problem is the finance, isn't it? I have this dream, but now if I don't have maybe the financial aid and all that, so it becomes a challenge. So that's the keywords, like let's come together and support them financially. Those who have been blessed with resources, you know, supporting them, the likes of Professor Wekesa who have the experience and all that, that is a call. Yeah, Dr. Dorothy here. Like, how can we also support these young people when it comes to like publishing, you know, making their work to be seen out there, you know? Thank you very much, Christine, for that contribution. And now, my next question goes to Dr. Dorothy. And how can libraries transform into vibrant centers for innovation, startups, community, media, and entrepreneurship? And I'm saying this because in the past, I don't know whether things have changed today, whereby people just think that libraries are a place where we dump books. You go there, you get dust on the shelves, you know. How can we transform these library spaces into a vibrant so that it can also offer opportunities, employment opportunities, even to the young people, to the digital economy and all that?
Thank you very much. The first, I think the best approach for libraries to redefine themselves is to ask one question: what works? What works? What works for whichever group? What works in terms of reaching out to? I've seen you have various libraries, yeah, categories. So you have the section for the teens, you have the section for the children, and I think you have the section for the adults. What works for each and every category? That's the first thing you should do. Secondly, what is trending? How do you wade through the murky waters? Okay? So if it is TikTok, why don't you start a TikTok account? Why don't you reach out to the whatever targeted audience you want to reach out to? So you have to look through the lens of whatever group you want to. That's the only way. You have to redefine yourself as the library. Secondly, mindset, change of mindset. Let people not see librarians as people who just issue books and who receive books. Then you start changing your strategies. Reach out. Stop thinking in terms of just the confines of a space, of an architectural space. Go to the virtual space. Reach out. You have to change the way you look at issues. Now, I'll give an example of what we are doing at the University of Nairobi. Because I think since the COVID, everything changed. And I remember when COVID came, the only sector or sections that were active at the University of Nairobi were the lecturers and the students. Now, the library found itself in a very peculiar, nobody was going to the library because we were all told to confine ourselves. And what did we do? We had to think, we had to get out of that box. Within no time, because I remember I remember it was about March 2020. And let me tell you, within a month, we were all teaching online. How some of us had never, okay, for me, I've been in the ICT, but there are some professors who never used to, because I used to do the training for, online resources. And there are some lecturers who would never, that time I used to be a librarian, they would never want to touch any computer, just a desktop, because we started with desktops. But COVID changed everything. Yeah? So the mindset is a very powerful what? Two, the moment you change this mindset, you will be able to survive whichever storm that comes your way. So I think that's all I can say. And the libraries have to think in terms of not even, like most libraries, Nikkei analysis are public, national, but it's in the public sector. That's what I mean. So there is that capitation that comes from the government, isn't it? But now suppose with a dwindling financial support, how do you survive? How do you sustain yourself? Now, it's a high time we need to think of how to survive and also make revenue. So it's not about only reaching out to the users and other things. No, think of how you can also generate your own income so that you don't have to rely on government and other donors for you to survive and to give out effective services. Thank you.
All right, just holding that mic. She has talked about thinking, changing that mindset, sustainability. Don't just look at library as a space where books are stored, And maybe, Daktari, on the same, this notion, like I was a librarian, I was employed probably 1990s, early there. And that time I did a course and probably I'm just there and using that skills that I used to have, we are told how to catalog books and all that. And nowadays things are there, virtual library, digitization of content, creative economy. Maybe what will be your words towards the libraries? Because there is this notion out there that maybe the ICTs are coming to take up our roles and all that.
Thank you. And when you mentioned that, I just remembered AI, artificial intelligence. And people are so worried that artificial intelligence is going to replace them. But there is no way any platform can come and replace you. Remember, you are the only person who has the intellect and the intelligence. Why am I saying this? Artificial intelligence, any ICT-related platforms are created or developed by human beings, isn't it? We are the people behind. That is the back end. We call it the bucket when we talk in terms of ICT. We are at the bucket. That's the people who whatever softwares, who create softwares, who do all that. Now, how do you survive as a librarian? You have to keep on adding value to your skills. You cannot just sit there as a librarian and start saying that, oh, I did a PhD in information science in 1990. How do you survive with something of 1990 in the current scenario? It's very impossible. So what you have to keep on reading, the reading culture. And that's why we have today's day, theme, empowering us through this reading culture. You have to keep on reading. For me, I read throughout. And I always tell people I have my own time of, if I tell you by 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., I'm already up doing my own reading. And that's a time I know no one can even dare call me. Because during daytime, you will always get a call. For me, at between 2 and 5, I know nobody can ever call me unless it's what? It's an emergency that I'm being told blah, 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 blah. So try to keep adding value to yourself. And as you add value to yourself, think of how do you transform the society? And are you reading and keeping that knowledge to yourself? No, you have to keep on sharing. And remember, there is one thing, I have one motto. The more you share, the more empowered you become, and the more you empower even others. So you don't just read and you keep it to yourself. I remember I'll give an example. Sorry, I hope I don't take so much of your time. At Makerere, and we were pursuing, that time I was doing a PGD in librarianship. And then at click, we were just a group of 5 who were doing that postgraduate diploma. And there is a particular book we were looking for. That time internet was not so much, because it was 1990s, late 1990s. And then after the exam, we saw the book with 2 of our members. And we asked them, where did you get this book? No, we've been having it. And this is what we refer to as information hoarding. Why would you hide a book? Yet we were all from different organizations. We are not competing. And in life, you don't just compete. That's why even at your place of work, when you see an opportunity, can you post it? Because it doesn't, it doesn't keep you off. Sharing does not. In fact, the more you share, as I say, the more you do what? Even the Bible, I think, says, even for those who have more will be given unto them. Isn't it? Apply the same in terms of empowering yourself and empowering others. And remember, working in isolation does not also add value to you. Thank you.
Don't work alone. Don't work in isolation. Share opportunities. In those WhatsApp groups, please share those links, share those opportunities. Don't just share the Safaricom are giving awards competition and all that, right? Yeah. And it's a very good topic, probably. Like when you look at the technology today, like if I was a mechanic that I learned mechanic in the past 10 years or 20 years, and currently we are told that we have the technology-driven cars and all that, So we have to rethink and see how can I add value, how can I learn new things every day. Thank you so much for sharing. That is Dr. Dorothy. And now allow me to go to Esther. Esther, probably in terms of partnership and collaboration, how can KNLS collaborate with partners like schools, universities, and county governments to boost literacy?
Thank you for that question. And before I respond, based on the challenge that Madam Dorothy has just given us, I would like to pose a question to the audience. And whoever will get the right answer, I think should get some token. 1 minus 1. 1 minus 1. Somebody will give me the answer to that. Apart from KNLS employees, 1 minus 1. Yes? Okay. Good answer. 1 minus 1. Let's give our right? No answer is wrong. Yes? Pardon? It is impossible. That's also an answer. Allow me to give an answer to that very first. Allow me to give an answer to that very first. And it is based on what Madam has just said. I'm one person. I'm seated here. I'm sharing one information to how many of you? When I share 1 to 1, that makes 2. Do you agree? As far as information sharing is concerned, 1 minus 1 is 2. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me on that? Madam, when I share my information with you, that makes 2. Yeah. 1 minus 1. Not plus. When you give, what do? You subtract. Isn't it? I'm subtracting my knowledge, giving it to you. So one that I had and the one that we now have makes how many? 2. Thank you. Now I can go back and answer my question. Yeah, 30 seconds. How can KNLS collaborate with other stakeholders in universities, schools, and county governments and NGOs in terms of information access, right? So Kenya National Library Service partners with different stakeholders. We have authors, we have publishers, we have universities. So in terms of empowering these partners, Kenya National Library Service, like the universities, we offer internship and research programs. We have students here on attachment, and a number of them are present here. Do we have students on attachment who are here? By raise of hand? Yeah. So Kenya National Library Service supports university students. And in schools, we promote reading, we promote activities by having National Reading Weeks and National Reading Days. We also promote, capacity building in terms of supporting our government, the government organizations like the county government. We do training so that those librarians who are in those respective counties are informed of the current affairs and the current practices in the library management. So that is how we engage with the various partners and stakeholders in ensuring that they are empowered in terms of library and information services. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Esther. And allow me to give this to Douglas. Douglas, probably you can share with us what role does peer influence and social media play in shaping reading culture?
I would say it makes it easier to be able to encourage reading. And I will use an example. When I was in high school, there was a teacher of English who would always condemn us, or some of us, and he would always say, some of you are not reading, you are depending on rumors from other students. So there are those students who will not like reading. So, when you go for tea break and two of us are discussing a certain character from a certain book, so there are those of us who will not read. They will just depend on that and go with that in the examination. And so flipping it years later, when I think about it, someone will go and pick my book and they will read something and it will be very interesting. So they will take that and create a reel on Facebook or TikTok and all that. And then before you know it, someone else is calling me and they're like, hey, I heard someone talk about your book and I want that book. So it was a read and they used their expertise, their talent to create, maybe make it comical or something like that. And then that is encouraging reading. So I think, and I would want to say, as life is progressing, it's becoming more fluid. Fluid in the sense that Daktari here said she likes reading more academic books. Now, it's very interesting because for me, when I was deciding to write, let's say, this current book, normally, when you go to a bookstore, you always start by answering the question, is it fiction or non-fiction? Is it academic or non-academic? So when I was sitting and just thinking about, it took me like a whole year to think about how I'm going to structure the book. And I said, then what if we have a hybrid whereby the academics can read my book and those, for lack of a better word, non-academics can still read my book. And that's what you, and I think the editor can confirm, that's what you get here, that you'll read the book. If you just like stories, you'll find the story. If you like non-fiction stuff, you'll find research in the same book. Wow. And if you just want, you are a student, you'll find questions at the end of each chapter. So life has become fluid. We can use these things. The way we are talking about collaboration of humans, we can also have collaboration of the things that we are creating. Thank you.
We can have collaboration of the content and the things that we are creating. Thank you very much, Douglas. And I want to go to the editor. And one of her latest book is Lead Like the Ants. And I want to ask you this. What editorial gaps do you observe in Kenya, in Kenya's publishing industry, especially when it comes to youth-oriented materials? Maybe you can be fast because of time.
Let me first shout out some fellow Gen Zs over there. We met on LinkedIn. Daktari has talked about sharing. We literally met, and now they've told me that they have a whole platform, where they share things that are going on or just opportunities, and I just love that. And on to barriers. I feel like there's that, first of all, lack of industry connection. When you're writing a book, you need like someone who is a mentor. And in our situation, for your book to go through, that mentor needs to have connection to someone who can now make your editing and publishing journey easier. That is one of the barriers, because one of the reasons why we are going to events and activities is to meet mentors like Daktari. Now we're living here knowing so much, and I can even follow her after this, which I will. We also have poor visibility. You're unable to build yourself. You know, like when you're creating an event like this is what you're going to tell people to make them want to come here. So even as you edit or write a book, if you're not able to brand yourself, people are not going to receive your book. If they don't know, like, Douglas has written this and this, or he did that, they're not going to want to read. Yes, you don't just come out of nowhere and maybe land. But I love how technology has helped things. We are able to share about what we're doing, and people are able to learn about us. And I'd love to mention something. In as much as you're talking about a book reading culture, she said 1 minus 1 is 2. So ask yourself, if you've read a book, you finished reading it, what is it doing in your bookshelf? if you've not shared it with someone. There's something we are doing as editors and as young readers. We are calling it pre-loved books, where I read a book, I give to Douglas, Douglas gives Esther the book he was reading, and at the end of it all, you know, books are not cheap. We say that books are an investment. So at the end of it all, we've read like 4 books and we've shared cost for that. And we're also bringing up book clubs. You know, in the face of AI, now I'm just going and telling AI, you know, Esther did this to me and I'm not happy. So we are losing that human connection. And book clubs, you meet, you share about the book, it provokes thoughts and you start talking about maybe the current things that are going on. And you also get to build that social, the social side of a human being. So editors also get to share about opportunities, they get to share about their journeys. And this is helping break barriers, because if I hear that this person is also a youth, we are in the same boat, but we can actually navigate this and get to a level where Daktari is, of course it's a journey, then it's motivating us. And we know that despite the barriers, we're going to make it through.
All right, thank you very much. And because of time, Daktari, I want to ask you this question. Once you are done, you can also give your parting shot as we summarize this process. So basically the question is, I want to ask is in connection with the career path. Now, as a lecturer at the University of Nairobi, and I know you deal more with the students of information science, probably you can explore to us what are some of the areas, the emerging career paths in the field of library information science, and then thereafter you can maybe give your parting shot. Thank you.
I didn't get the last part you said.
Basically, in the area of information science, what are some of the emerging career paths that the students can explore?
Thank you very much. You know, for me, I think I would say the career paths are limitless. Why? One of the best things that has ever happened to our field of information science is the multidisciplinarity in nature, such that any information science person can survive in any field, whether in medicine, whether in engineering, whether in social sciences, humanities, agriculture, you know, all those. Why do I say that? Because we deal with information. How can you tweak that agricultural related info? How can you tweak the engineering related info? What about the medicine? Public health? Yeah, architecture. One, you see, when you look at it from that perspective, you realize that data scientists, most of them have information science background. Knowledge managers, information scientists, health records, you know, any information related, and of course lecturers, librarians. Nowadays, you know, the field of information, and I forgot to mention, for us as we were revising our career, for those who came, I know I have my student here, she did Master of Library and Information Science. Now, if you came back, maybe had you not completed, you would find yourself in a very tricky area because we revised and now we call it Master of Information Science. Even our PhDs, Doctor of Philosophy in Information Science. And also our bachelor's is Bachelor of Information Science. We had to remove library. Why? We found that library was so restrictive. And if somebody comes and does that, you go out there looking for, you know, if you want to even, you know, start something to do with any information related, and you start putting library, the mindset outside there, they think in terms of library, now that one is just dealing with books. Okay? So you have to make it in a way that it becomes also attractive. And if you look at our course content, I wish I had come with some brochures, but I didn't come. You realize that 3/4 of our course units are IT related. So we have website issue, we have data science, we have artificial intelligence, we have cloud computing, we have all that. Such that the moment you get out of University of Nairobi, I'm telling you, the opportunities will be so many. And and I'll give an example. Our third-year students at undergraduate level go for, right now they are out for internship. And every time, because now the cohort graduated last year. But before they graduated, 6 and already secured employment in their internship because of the skills that they had gained from first year to third year. Please don't look at my way of sharing with you as a marketing strategy, no. I'm just giving you the reality on the ground. You see, kwa ground mambo ni tofauti, okay? When we were revising the curriculum, we realized that the curriculum earlier was more theoretical. Okay? So we wanted also to bring the practicability in it, such that whatever you gain as, in your lecturing, the way we are doing, you are gaining your whatever, you realize that you can put it in practice. By the time you leave as a in the 4th year, as an undergraduate, people start wondering where did, how come? The person knows so much. If it's in terms of website designing, the person is, because we have now areas of specialization. We even have indigenous knowledge as a specialization, because we realized we cannot just ignore our own. Because most of the theories that we learn are Western-based. But what talks about us? We have to resonate. You have to see, as I teach you in class, I want you to see wherever you are, even if it is at the village. You start now, identifying yourself with the real solution, real issues on the ground. You don't just start thinking in terms of, yes, only that we do not teach you in the Kikuyu, in the Dholuo, in the whatever. But we ensure that you can relate with the society. And that's the way to go. So issues of career path, they are so wide. Okay?
Sure. Find your space. If it's in agriculture, and be there, build the content there, help people to get this information from agriculture. If it's medicine, and those are the words. Maybe Daktari, in a few words.
Yes.
Please tell these people something as we summarize this.
Wow, you are giving me a very difficult. All of them. I have my professor there, and I have my student, I have others. Now, let me say that in terms of information science,
anything that you feel you need to tell them, maybe in a few words, as we summarize.
Continue empowering yourself with new things every day. And let not any skill that you have be a hindrance to your progress. Okay? And stop being so rigid in terms of thinking, in terms of even doing things. Just start thinking and embracing the new, emerging issues, the new technologies that come. Be sure to be a proactive person. You have to be proactive anyway. Nobody will bring you anything to your, you have to get out and resource it yourself and ensure whatever you gain, you share with others. That's the only way we can empower each other. Thank you very much.
Those are wise words from Dr. Dorothy. Let's appreciate her. Don't just be contented with what you learned yesterday. Learn something new. Things have changed. Esther, what are your parting shot kindly in a few words?
Thank you very much. My parting shot would be to encourage, especially the young who are now fighting for their rights. The right way to fight is through your intellectual energy. Be informed, know the trends, and now that we are in the digital world, explore and expound your boundaries as far as knowledge is concerned. The library has opened that world. We have a VTabu, that is an online platform where you're able to access information 24 hours from wherever you are. Why don't you make use of these digital platforms to get the right information? Because when you go to the social media, you rely on what has been posted there, but how sure are you that this information we are consuming is the right one? So use the librarians' platforms to be able to access the right information and the right content and be able to empower your life, improve yourself, and be somebody who is reliable in the society. Thank you.
Great words. Be informed and learn new trends. Empower your community. Thank you. Douglas, what are the last words you will tell these people?
Right. The first thing I will just say is you have something in you. In my quest for leadership, I always say it's not the title, but it's what you can bring to the table. And so the idea is I may be a pebble, but at least I can cause a ripple. However small a pebble is, if you throw it in the ocean, you will see ripples. Thank you.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you. In a Kenya that is so full of Western culture, let us not forget our Africanacity. Let us not forget our Ubuntu. Let us not forget the beauty of our culture, of our food, of our clothes. Let us not forget the beauty of our indigenous languages. Because if you don't teach your children their language, then who is going to continue the language after you're gone? We are looking at extinction of our cultural languages. And if you can write a book, write it. Add languages, add your language there. Add names of people of different languages in Kenya there. If you can build something, build it. If you can empower someone somewhere, do that. Because at the end of it all, we are just passers-by of the world. And it is the work that you're going to leave behind that will speak about who we are. Thank you.
That is the spirit of Ubuntu. Yeah? Let us not forget about our African Ubuntu. I am because we are, isn't it? Oh, that's great. Thank you very much, the panelists, for just accepting this call and sharing to this team more about information and this reading day, how we can be impactful and all that, okay? Maybe from the audience, I'll just only allow 2 people, maybe a question or something you want to contribute, and you are only given maybe 1 minute, only 2 because of time. Anyone? You want to ask a question or to add something? Anyone who is willing? Yes, I knew Prof will be the first one. Let's appreciate Prof. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for the contributions from the panelists. There were 2 sticking points, or points I consider sticking. One is, how can we encourage a reading culture? And I think for anyone interested in that, and we all should be interested in that, we should be looking at the interest of the audience. We are having a young audience. We are in a situation where a 3-year-old knows the pin to open a phone. We are in a situation where parents have surrendered these gadgets to the children to help them babysit them, and so on. And I think if we want to encourage a reading culture, we should be looking at
these digital people so that we are able to offer them content on a digital platform. And the content must be one that they will find attractive. That is one. Then now there was the point that one of the panelists talked about, that you have a book, then you pass it on to others also to read and so on. Looked at differently, you know, when you write a book and it is bought, the writer earns something from it. If you are going to give it away for people to read it freely, you are interfering with the writer's earnings. We need also to find a way of encouraging people to buy books so that the authors can get something from their effort. Let me say what I didn't want to say. At the moment, I'm struggling on completing a book before end of this month. I'm sleeping only for 4 hours. It's a lot of sacrifice. But at the end of it, I want to get some reward. My last contribution on this again is that in terms of looking at the audience, let us also encourage readership, but at different levels. There are those, we have readers who want to read plays, we have readers who want to enjoy poems, we have readers who need to read hard textbooks of architecture and so on. And so as we think about encouraging readership, let us also encourage those who are able to write at whatever level they are capable of writing. Thank you very much.
All right, those are very wisdom words from our professor in the room. Yes, he has touched on a lot of things. How can we make sure that our content is more attractive, right? Yeah, and he has said that as authors, he's only sleeping 4 hours and doing a lot of research online and all that. And you know what that means, huh? Those who are students and are writers. So that means that once I've done this book, please appreciate me. I want to see that value, the monetary value that is attached to my work. That's very, very important. And also let us really encourage readership at different levels. We are good in what is it, poetry and all that. So that's very good, encouraging words from our Professor Moni Wekesa. Is there any other person who would like to ask a question or add something? Yes, Mr. Steam, I can see you there. Oh, okay, thank you. At least I'll extend so that we have gender balance, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Gladys Kangede I'm head of marketing at Bomas of Kenya. So I think one of the things I picked from this discussion, I learned a lot about the process of, how books are done and edited and all that. But I felt that there's a point missing of marketing. So I would just want to say that one of the challenges, like Prof was saying, he's doing a very serious book and he needs people to buy, is that I feel that there are many, like I'm a reader, I like reading. And I always wonder where to get books by Kenyans, I don't know where they are. And movies, I would also add. Books and movies. I hear there, you can't go to these places where we buy movies to get a Kenyan movie. So we don't know. I want to watch a Kenyan movie, I want to read a Kenyan book, but I don't know where to find them. So I would say that maybe that is something that needs to be put into consideration, and as the Kenya National Library, you need to find a way of helping the writers to really market books to the right audience, because there are different people with different interests and they need access to those books and information. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Gladys Kangede. She has talked passionately about a gap that is existing. People don't know where to get books and how do we market this work that has been done with the authors. That's a very good area that is encouraging us to go towards partnership and bring the stakeholders together so that we can together work together and explore how can we ensure that there is more visibility of the work that is being done by the content creators, the authors, and others. Thank you very much, Gladys, once again. Mr. Stima, maybe for a few seconds.
Thank you. My name is Koli Sitima, working for Nairobi County. Mine is food of thought for my fellow librarians. you realize nowadays banks, we have very few tellers. The work that was being done by tellers has been taken up by ATMs. Even when you go to Kenya Power, we no longer have tellers. You pay via M-Pesa, including even our matatus. If you go there with 500 shillings, you can't easily get change. The big question is, what is the future of us librarians if we are going to continue sticking with the old practice? Thank you.
Thank you. What is the future of us as librarians? And I think maybe Mr. Stima, for us to really look at it, I think Dr. had mentioned something that we do away with this word librarian, isn't it? Like it is silent. It's
not to do away with the term librarian. I just said it's restrictive. That's the word. Otherwise, we still have to redefine as librarians. How do you like, because most of our students had issues. And I think Geraldine can attest to that. We had issues. They are the ones who started that kind of advocacy of changing. Let me call it advocacy, because they wanted it changed from librarianship. I mean, library, it be information science, right? And you see, we did that because we are responsive to our clients' needs. Yeah, what else was I to mention? Okay, thank you.
all right. So that's really good. Thank you, Dr. Dorothy and Mr. Stima. I think you have asked a very relevant question at the moment, and that is something that all of us, as we shall be walking away, not now, once we have done the other panel, we need to start thinking and see how can we really work towards ensure that we remain more relevant in the industry.
Yeah, I want to just respond by just to add a comment, and I had even written it. We need, as library now, KNLS and the rest, you need, all libraries need to think of a model, like the M-Pesa model. You know, you remember before we used to say technophobia, that people are, there is that technophobia. How come even old people are so well conversant with the M-Pesa? Ask even the social at the grassroots level. So then we need to rethink as libraries, how do we remodel such that everybody, and that's part of the reading culture anyway, improving on the reading culture. You make it more attractive. We don't have that mindset of an exam kind of reading, because that's how I see most of why the reading culture is maybe down. And when you look at the library, I mean, if I look at the universities, what happens? When it's almost exam time, the libraries are full. Come at the beginning of the semester, there's no one in the library. What does that say? Or what does it indicate? Yeah? Students, primary school students, unless they are doing homework, nobody wants to touch a book. It's because of the way it has been, you know, the way it has been, projected to them, that you can only read for an exam. But we need to just, you know, start thinking, you know, changing the mindset of reading. Yeah, so that we read for leisure, we read as just improving on our lives, reading for curiosity, you know, and reading as an exchange of just, you love reading. If you go to other countries, like South Africa, you find libraries are always full. And it's full of people from young to the oldest. Even those who have already retired, they are very much active when it comes to reading. So I think it's something we need to think of. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Dr. Thank you very much. I'm not allowing any other question at this point. And Mr. Sima, the question you have raised is very key, very important. And I think the rapporteur of this session has taken consideration of that. Probably we can sell the idea to the board. And I think one of the key functions of the National Library is also to empower the county libraries and other libraries that are within the country. And I think that will be the best way we can do this. So that is something that we have noted and will propose to the management. And I'm sure something will be in the pipeline. All right? So, Madam Leno Singrai, kindly, I want to call you on stage so that you take less than 1.5 minutes just to appreciate our panelists. Where's the other microphone? Who has the microphone?
Good afternoon, everyone. We want to appreciate our panelists for empowering us with powerful messages, even as we promote reading in our country. So we have small tokens for you, and kindly, I request that you receive them. Mr. Douglas,
appreciate.
Madam Esther, and for you, Thank you. Yeah, wacha nikuweke pale. Back to you, Bwana Moderator.
Thank you very much, and I'm humble and appreciate the panelists for this session, and allow me to request you probably you join the other audience as I welcome Madam Sarah, who is going to be the next moderator. I know we are going to, the time, yeah? We'll keep time, so don't worry, don't leave. We'll take less time so that we finish this business. Sarah, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. The hardest task is being given this opportunity when everyone does not have any sugar levels. I am cognizant of the fact that you're very tired. Some of you are here as early as 8:30. So I guarantee you, I will use the least possible time, because it would also be highly insensitive to cancel, yet we have our panelists here who are very intentional about talking to us. So I would ask you most politely to hang tight. I'm the one with the password for where us guys are going to have lunch. So if you leave as our panelists are on the floor, then you will not have lunch. I will jump straight into it. I want to thank the previous team that was here. My predecessor, fellow alumni, Joseph Kwea Olala. I thank you for that. So my name is Sarah Ogembo. I was doing the main emceeing out there. I was also given the singular task to moderate this particular session. And from the speed at which I'm talking, it means that I intend to take the least time. I would politely ask Madam Leno Singiran to also time me, because there's something called the curse of the microphone. People say, nipatie, nitasema tu kitu kidogo, and then they end up speaking for 3 hours. So I do not intend to do that. Please whip me in terms of time so that I do not, looking at you, I can tell that you're exhausted, but let us bear with each other. Panel 2 was to talk about beyond the pages, creating careers, resilience, and wealth through literacy and libraries. Our guests, if they're still with us, because I understand something could have happened, receiving of calls. We have one, Mr. Onesis Ndegwa, who's a financial expert and also an economist. We also expected to have someone talking about mental health advocacy, and all matters that touch on mental health. One, Miss Nina Gitonga Kinya. And then, of course, we have our very own Professor Moni Wekesa, an author and a creative, and also a literati in his right. And finally, we have, I think I already mentioned Mr. Ndegwa. So we also have our very own KNLS member of staff who's very passionate about what she does, Geraldine Kamene, and Madam Mercy Kimeto. If I called your name and you're present, please approach our sitting space so that we can get this done with. Of course, as they approach, I will single out their bios because it is very important for us biodata is very important. As you can see, I think we only have 3 of our panelists. We will start with Professor Moni Wekesa. His bio is as follows, that he was born in Kakamega County in the Republic of Kenya. He attended Namirama Primary School, Emusire Secondary School, and Chavakali High School. He has attained a Bachelor of Education, first class honors in mathematics and physical education from the University of Nairobi. He further went on to pursue further studies in the field of sports medicine at German University of, and that is why I think out there he said he speaks fluent German than the Germans themselves. He further went ahead to study law at the University of Nairobi, mastering in law, and finally a doctorate in law. He has taught sport medicine at KU, Kenyatta University, and the University of Botswana, and further, the University of Namibia. He has worked as a regional manager for sports in charge of Africa, and he has been privileged to sit at the seat of the Secretary General of the then Kenya Football Federation. He has taught law at Catholic University, and he was the founding dean of the School of Law. He is a visiting professor for the postgraduate training in law at the University of Kigali, Rwanda, and he is on roll of senior scholars at the University of Lusaka, Zambia. He has held several honorary positions, such as the chair of the National Task Force on Anti-Doping in Sport under the Ministry in charge of sports for select years, the vice chair of the Bioethics Committee of the National Council of Science, Technology and Innovation. He has served as a resource person for the Confederation of African Football, that is CAF, and the International Federation of Football Association, FIFA, among so many other distinguished credentials. He has over 100 publications and has made over 100 presentations at national and international conferences. He teaches law at Daystar University School of Law, and he is an advocate of the High Court. Listen to this. He is and has been happily married for 40 years and is a Sunday school teacher. Let's give a hearty clap to the professor. Like I said, I know our sugar levels have dropped, but we can afford a better clap. Let us clap for the professor. Perfect. I will give the next spotlight to Madam Nina Gitonga Kinya, correct? I think she is not with us. Onassis Ndegwa? Perfect. Onassis Ndegwa is currently the Business Development Manager at Old Mutual Investment Group. He's a seasoned investment professional with over 17 years of experience in business development, fund management, and institutional partnerships across the East African region. He currently serves as the Business Development Manager at Old Mutual Investment Group, where he leads strategic initiatives to expand access to investment and wealth building solutions. Before joining OMIG, Onassis held senior roles at Zamara and Zeno Asset Management, where he was instrumental in driving innovative financial products and sustainable investment strategies. He's deeply passionate about financial literacy, inclusive finance, and empowering communities through accessible investment education. His work focuses largely on equipping the youth and underserved populations with tools to navigate economic challenges and build long-term resilience. Let's give a hearty clap to Mr. Onassis Ndegwa. Immediately after, we have Madam Mercy Kimeto. Madam Mercy Kimeto is the Principal Curriculum Development Officer, Basic Education Curriculum Directorate at KICD. Madam Kimeto is a seasoned curriculum expert with a strong background in developing educational content for learners across the spectrum, that is from pre-primary to secondary, and teacher education programs. And she currently serves as a Principal Curriculum Development Officer at KICD under the Basic Education Curriculum Directorate. Mercy holds a master's degree in education from Kenyatta University with a specialization in early years education, physical education, and sports. And her professional work is anchored in designing, reviewing, and evaluating learning materials, both print and digital, to ensure alignment with national learning goals and 21st century competencies. She is a certified National Master Trainer of Teachers and has played a vital role in teacher capacity building programs across Kenya. Her work reflects a deep commitment to child-centered learning, curriculum relevance, and inclusive literacy development from the earliest stages of education. Mercy brings a practical and policy-aware voice to conversations around reading culture and curriculum reading and how to make education more engaging and equitable for all. Let's give a hearty clap to Mercy. We have our very own Madam Geraldine Kamene. She is a passionate information professional. As you've heard from her lecturer, she's an advocate, and she passionately believes in championing initiatives and matters that will change how people view librarianship. She is a master in her trade. She's done very many issues that touch on librarianship, having published and authored publications that stand tall, touching on digitization and digitalization of resources. She's here today to lend her voice to the KNLS role in championing of a reading culture. Colleagues, friends, and everyone attending this particular panel discussion, let's give a hearty clap to our panelists as we start our discussion here today. Very many people are saying Kenya is not doing well financially. And maybe we can feel it by the absence or lack of the circulation of currency. So of course my question would first of all be directed to one Mr. Onassis Ndegwa. And I don't know if it's your very first time to be in the library or you've been here before. I said I'm going to just jump straight into issues because people are hungry. So my question to you is, what role do you feel libraries can play in empowering youth with access to personal finance knowledge?
Thank you very much for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. So again, I didn't give a very long profile of myself. I was asked quickly to provide a very brief one. So I think maybe just jumping into responding to the question. We are seeing the youth right now getting a lot of their information from the mobile handset. I think I've held my mobile phone for a period longer than I've held a book. And most of you are similar in nature. You're with your phone maybe 8 hours or 5 hours a day. And when you're going to school, maybe you're not holding a book for that long. So here exists an opportunity for you to have information in that mobile phone. And I do believe KNLS has the website or maybe an app where they can have this information inside. So if I want to learn about information science, then I can go there and learn from KNLS website. Instead of Googling and then being taken to websites, some of them not in Kenya, you just know that you have a localized resource center in your mobile. So I think if it can be put on mobile, or KNLS can have a social media page, because you'll find, even as we speak here, someone will be quickly on TikTok or on WhatsApp stories. If you can have this information on the mobile phone, then you'll find individuals will be going there to get the true information or the correct information that is localized, that is Kenyan. in those mobile apps. So it's a time to adapt to the new way. Buying books, a physical book now is a bit difficult, but if you can still sell that book online and people will purchase. And these resources exist, like there is Kindle. There are all types of books on Kindle. So even for the writers in the room, if you write your story like Lead Like the Ants and you manage to put it on Kindle, someone will buy it and you'll earn your revenue and they'll read it online. So that's my response to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndegwa. So Mr. Ndegwa says that libraries need to shape up or ship out. We need to adapt new ways of sharing information. For example, on the mobile app, on the Kindle, and even on social media, because majority of the people are now online. Because you still have the mic, I'll ask you your second question. How does financial wellness contribute to a person's overall resilience and confidence? I will repeat that for the sake of the crowd. How does financial wellness contribute to a person's overall resilience and confidence?
Thank you. So I think financial wellness is more of an individual being in control. When you receive your pay or you have some money in your pocket and you're able to control its utilization, it gives you that good feeling. And financial wellness or financial literacy, which is something that Old Mutual is very passionate about. And I'll mention about 5 or 6 things that you need to know so that you consider yourself financially literate. Financial literacy or wellness is not about you holding money. It's you understanding concepts. So the first one is on budgeting. Can you budget the amount of money you have to ensure you don't utilize all of it? The second one is saving. Can you set aside part of your money for later use? The third one is investments, and most people confuse savings and investments. Saving is setting aside money for a rainy day. It could be earning a return. Investments is where you introduce some level of risk. Once you introduce some level of risk, that is investments where you're hoping to get a return. Okay? Then there is debt management. We are seeing very many youth struggling with debt management. There are mobile apps where you can borrow money from. Some of them are utilizing that to go for bet with that money, and it's putting them in financial disarray. And most youth are struggling with that debt management. They're borrowing money and utilizing it for the wrong reasons. Then there is risk management. Risk management is you utilizing insurance products. You insure your car, you insure your house, you're insured for health. And lastly, even though there are more things that you need to learn to be financially literate, is taxes. Do you understand how taxes work? Do you know when you can save on some of the taxes that you pay? So it's very important to understand the whole spectrum of financial literacy so that you can say, I am financially literate. And that will contribute to financial wellness, and you'll feel in control when you're able to manage all that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will go straight to the good professor. He's seated there pensively, so I know he anticipates the questions that I'm going to throw at him. Professor, in this crowd, there's someone who wants to turn their writing into an income stream. With over 100+ publications, what advice would you give to this person that has this dream?
Yeah, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, writing is property. A book is a form of property, and it may be more valuable than the piece of land that we fight over because our neighbor has moved a boundary. If anyone is listening to me in the audience, let me use my own example. When I first published a book on research methods for lawyers in 2016, I got inquiries from as far as South Africa. Some professors from South Africa wanted to buy the book. I looked at the cost of the book, the cost of air freighting the book to South Africa. The cost was about 3 times
higher than the cost of the book itself. It didn't make sense. I had to rethink. And rethinking here meant putting the book, availing the book online so that not only the professors or the universities in South Africa can read it, but also any other interested ones. And then even having put it there, I got some students from Juba University in South Sudan coming all the way to my office to get a hard copy. And I asked them, why travel all the way for a hard copy when you can just click and buy a soft one? And those ones told me, no, as we want a hard copy. So I would say, and even before I say what I really want to say, there is something that has happened around us. The ground has shifted. You hear people who went to school and were trained as librarians, they don't want the tag of library attached to their titles anymore. The ground has shifted. Everything is now digital. At the moment, and I told the Madam MCA that I'm about to go to class, I'm teaching a master's class with students in China, South Africa, Seychelles, Uganda, and Malawi. We are hoping that with the next intake, we can get students from further afield. What does this mean now for authorship? We should be able to avail our books so that anyone who wants to read it in Brisbane, Australia, in California, in Reykjavik, Iceland, or in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, can actually access it. So what I'm saying is, yes, we want to make some money, and we should make money from our writings, but we have to strategize. I already said earlier that I'm completing a book that will be useful to very many university students. And if it's useful to a university student in Kenya, why can't it be useful to a university student in Uganda? Why not in South Africa? Why not in Libya? Why not in China? So as I get to finish this, what I want to do is have a few copies for those who like putting saliva on their fingers to turn pages, but also have it in digital form for those far away and who wish to gain from it. In the process, I will make money from both the hard copies and the soft copies. And for that, I'm also looking for a publisher who can put it in soft form so that it's actually availed. Having said that, now KNLS to me is moving at a very slow pace in terms of keeping pace with the shifting ground. We want to encourage people to read. I watch news. I've been watching news since the year started, and even the other years. I have not seen KNLs advertise, say, in between the news breaks or whatever of the products they have. How are Kenyans expected to log into your materials unless you tell us that you have the materials and that the materials are good and interesting for us? Now, the people who are putting those materials through your website, how are they going to make any money unless you are able to kind of enable Kenyans to log in and pay for it and access the services? So yes, KNLS has also has a role to play in enabling others earn money, because KNLS is attempting to go digital. I'm saying attempting because it's not yet there. Having said so, let KNLS also put the materials in a digital form in such a way that the authors are able to earn something from it. And as I finish, Madam MC, we have people out there who want to know what Kenyan children are reading. We have people out there who want to know what Kenyans are writing. We have people out there who want to know get information about Kenya. We have people who are hungry for Kenyan materials. Please, 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 let us shift with the ground. Avail these materials digitally. Let people get knowledge, information about Kenya. Let those who have availed the materials be able to earn from their effort. Thank you very much.
Let's give him a heartier clap. Professor has said in brief that to any person who's looking to author something, look at authorship or writing as property. The same value you attach land should be the same value you attach your intellectual capacity in terms of authoring. He has also restated that you need to remain open to the challenges in the field of literati or authorship because the ground has shifted. Authorship has and continues to evolve. There was one question about how we can use libraries to mentor and nurture young writers in Kenya, which he has inadvertently answered by throwing the stick and the ship back to KNLS. And for the KNLS members of staff that are in this particular panel, we have been challenged that we are moving at a very slow pace. And sometimes criticism, when taken positively, enables you to grow. KNLS is not advertising, especially at the ideal times when every Kenyan of whatever age could potentially be watching news. We are not advertising because Professor has not, for X number of years, ever seen an ad on traditional media from KNLS saying what we do, how we do it, and who we target. He has challenged us by telling us that we have a role to play by moving digitally so that authors can benefit from their work, and also that Kenyans need to know what is available to be consumed by them. And I'm glad that the head of the KNLS virtual library is here. He has taken cognizance of what you have noted, Professor, and we've taken the challenge. So KNLS team, and even to the ones that reach management, let us pass that information that we need to shape up or we shall be left behind because the ground shifted a very long time ago. I will now face KICD. We have an education expert, a teacher, a curriculum enthusiast. So my question to you would be, how can teachers and parents work together to reinforce literacy habits at home?
Okay, thank you, and the audience present. To that question on parental involvement, I think that's what you are asking. In KICD, we have developed various materials in terms of print materials, where the government of Kenya is ensuring that every child, and it is a very good initiative, all the learners in public schools receive a learning material, that is the textbook for every learning area. So if a learner has 5 subjects or learning areas, they have the 5 books. The government avails those books. And then that is one. So what we have done is that our teachers, through the capacity building, we are also telling them to provide some home tech reading, maybe tasks or for depending on their ages, because we are in different levels, so that they can take home. Also, we have challenges at home. Some parents are not literate enough for them to support. But these learners, where we have under this new curriculum, the CBC, we are encouraging them to even have that reading with their siblings, even with their neighbors, and also the other learners who are going to school. That is one way. Another way that other ways is that we have a platform called Kenya Education Cloud. It's a digital platform. We have materials for learners, interactive materials for learners across all the levels, from pre-primary, and even now we have also done the digital materials for teachers in teacher education colleges for them to access those materials. So, which means with the ICT gadgets that are available, learners can also access, because these learners are empowered. We are talking about their parents, maybe they lack ability for them to access. But these children, they can operate those devices. So with their support from the parents, they access those websites and they access the resources there. And then one other thing that we have is radio lessons. We still have radio lessons in KICD. We have Edu TV and Edu Radio. So we have also lessons for learners and they can use that. So if parents are just empowered to do that, learners will be supported. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How many of you are aware that we have such kind of support from KICD? If you're seated here and you're a parent or a guardian, everything that she has said, from the radio lessons to the Kenya Education Cloud, how many of you have ever heard of those particular resources that you can be able to use to support your campaign for literacy at home? Meaning that when we break for lunch, that is also a person you need to sit with, because clearly there's so much on offer for our young ones at home, yet we are not aware, right? The second question I would ask her, because libraries, teachers, parents are all endeavoring to champion literacy in one wholesome unit, what impact have you seen in students who are regularly exposed to books and reading clubs?
Okay. We do normally evaluation and monitoring. We visit schools. We have many events that we do with learners. So if you find those learners, for example, learners that they become very creative. So when they are presenting, even in music festival, dance, you find that these are the learners who normally read. If you just do your small research, you find that they are access maybe at home or at school. There are those learners who love to read, learners who love to maybe research in books and get ideas. So I'm talking about creativity and even in innovation. When they do their presentations of the exhibitions, those learners who are confident to come forward, you see that they have read. We also have improved learning outcomes, that is academic performance for learners who are exposed to that. And also they build their communication. They also build their confidence if they access and maybe learn to read. Yeah.
All right, our expert anatujulisha kwamba wanafunzi ambao wanasoma kuna tabia ambazo wanazo zinawatenga na wengine ambao hawasomi. Na nafikiri mumemuelewa. She notes that students that read and belong to book clubs from the earliest possible age are more creative, they are confident, and they always record improved learning outcomes. So meaning, the libraries do not exist in isolation. They are supposed to complement all the activities that the teachers and the parents are doing, because ultimately, everyone wants a child that is creative, confident, and records good results at each and every turn. I am going to give the final spotlight to my colleague, because we are told charity begins at home. So we have a representative here who represents the organization that I work, that is Kenya National Library Service. And like I said, her bio says she's passionate. She's a passionate information scientist, as we've been corrected. They do not want to be called librarians anymore, and the challenge has been accepted. So Madam Geraldine Kamene will tell us what the vision of KNLS for libraries as agents of social change, because KNLS is just not a book repository. And I know she can go on and on and on, but of course I have to contain her. For purposes of the good professor who has that class, and I can see him looking at his time, for all of us that are honestly hungry. You know, sugar level iliisha, kitambo, I know you're on empty. So, Madam Geraldine, the floor is yours. Speak to these people about KNLS. And you also had the good professor who said, KNLS is moving at a slow pace. We're about to shut down. So, convince him otherwise. It's a pitch for survival. So you have to convince him and to convince this crowd that we are advertising, even if not on traditional media, and I've already started doing your work for you, so let me keep quiet. Take it home.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Before I answer the question directly, maybe to bring to your attention that we are attempting to go digital. At least we are attempting. We are not there, but we are on the journey to go fully digital. We have a virtual library. My fellow panelists said that we need to have a platform that people get to know what, if the financial information that people may be looking for. Yes, we have a platform that people can go to be able to be educated on the financial, to be empowered financially rather. We have a virtual library that anyone can go to and be able to get information on anything, including how to empower yourself financially. Yeah, on to the question that I was asked about the vision of KNLS when it comes to social change, not only books. KNLS has very many programs that we are having that not only empower our users knowledge-wise or financially, but also socially. We have clubs that we have for different age groups, and there's one that we call the Senior Citizens Club. They are able to meet and they encourage each other after retirement. They have programs that they undergo or that they go through. The department is able to get them trainers on various issues, for example, entrepreneurship. They also have programs that they will speak about stress levels and other issues that they may be interested to speak about on after retirement, or interests that they may have after retirement. So yeah, we have programs like that would help our users on their social activities. We also have an art studio in the library. We have an art studio that the young people can come and learn or improve their art. We have you can improve if you're able to draw or you use the ink. We have an art studio that is open to public, that learners can come and learn how to draw or how to perfect their art. I don't know if I've answered the question or I left something.
Yes, you have, because you've actively spoken about how we are agents of social change. There is so much, and that is why I said I have to contain her. But after lunch, please let her, because you've seen her, yeah? She can talk about all these things, show you where that art studio is. You know, nowadays we are told kwa ground vitu ni different. She could be seated there talking about things that don't exist, si ndio? So please, hakikisha umemwandama, muulize, ulipoketi pale, ulisema, mko na podcasting studio, mko na art studio, kuna kitu ulisema about ink, kuna kitu ulisema about virtual library, ziko wapi, si ndio? Ako tu pale. And finally, Madam Geraldine, I'll ask you, how does KNLS collaborate with schools, authors, and government agencies to promote literacy? How do we do that? Of course, I know, but for them, please tell them.
Yes, we have programs for schools that we collaborate with. We have something that we call the mobile library. We have a mobile library that is in form of a bus that has books inside. It is designed like a library inside, and that mobile bus is able to move from one school to another, and students or pupils from those different schools are able to read. They're able to read, and the institutions or schools are also able to borrow some books for the students or pupils, and they are able to have them for a while, and then they return back to the library. So yes, we collaborate with schools and other learning institutions to make sure that they get information and that there is information literacy. We also have book clubs for our children, parent-child book club that we have, I think, once a month in the library, and the parents are able to read together with their children. They're able to select a book, and then they come to discuss about what they've read from that book once a month. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Geraldine. I said I will take the least amount of time to be able to do this. And I believe I have, because I have come to the end of my paneling and the panel discussion. So my parting shot is that you're all here to celebrate the National Reading Day 2025. It is my sincere hope that the activities that were outside, plus the wealth, the depth, and the knowledge that my panelists had, you will leave here a changed person. I am domiciled in the Resource Mobilization and Project Coordination Department, meaning that if you're seated here, and if there are any resources or points of partnership that you've been able to pick out, even as various people made their presentations, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Of course, I will be with you till you leave. To my panelists, Professor, Madam Geraldine, Madam Mercy, and Mr. Onassis, I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank you for being patient, because chances are that I would have left if I had to wait till now to give insights on a topical issue in a panel. But you've held fort. Professor was here at 8:30. He might not know that I know, but I noticed. So for him to have sat still till now is not something that I personally take for granted, and I know my fellow colleagues at KNLS don't take it either. Because if you guys left, then this panel too would not have been possible. So as Madam Caroline approaches you to hand over the gift, please feel loved, appreciated, and may you continue with this odious journey of championing literacy, whether it's financial, whether it's in curriculum development, whether it's in the field of information science, and whether it's with a good professor who's in law, who's in sports, who's in all these fields and is also creating time to author a book and still stay happily married for the number of years that he has been. Let us give a hearty clap to our panelists. Kuna mtu hajapiga makofi. Unajua asipopiga, by the way, hatutatoka hapa. So tuwapigie makofi tena. As I said, my name is Sarah Ogembo. I end here. Like I said, I'm the one with the key that will lead you to where you can eat something. Ama niaje Josek? As anakuja, please. Oh, okay. I'm being reminded. You know, this guy is a Yali alumni. Yeah? So we tend to follow his lead a lot. Panelist anasema ati kuna vile anataka kuongelesha kidogo, but the rest of us can proceed to the KNLS main boardroom to bite something, because the Director General, the Chairman of the board, and everyone ensured that they put aside something for you to bite before we depart. God bless you all. And at this particular juncture, I think I can take it upon myself to close panel 2 discussion. And thank you for being patient enough for waiting till this end. Na nipigiwe makofi pia.